Sorry, chat. Just hitting all the buttons before we get going. Alright, one thing. There we go, there we go, there we go. Alright. Hi! Hello, everyone! I think the ad break pre-rolls are good. Yes, there we go. Hello, everyone! Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Hope you're all having a good weekend. It's been a short day for me. I think I did not sleep super well this week, so was kind of catching up on that, I suppose, but it's been an okay day. I went and I did a little grocery shopping. It was busy. It was busy out. I think it's been very stormy all week. I think people have been kind of stuck at home, and so we're finally getting some nice weather and everyone just wanted to get outside. The dogs seem to be very happy to get out and not get rained on. I suppose the people too. But yeah, I'm mostly feeling better. Still, you know, a little bit of garbage to sort out, but for the most part, I'm feeling much better. I went for a little walk after work yesterday, which was nice. Unfortunately, like, there was a sign that the storm was breaking. You know, we got some of that nice, like, golden hour sunlight. But by the time I actually finished work and got outside, it was nighttime already. I'm like, well, it was nice to see it out the window, I suppose. But it was a nice little walk. I did catch up on the Game Awards. Why am I all the way over here? There you go. Hi. I went and watched it during work yesterday. I skipped through it a little bit just because there's a lot of the sort of rambling, whatever, that I wasn't too interested in. I feel like they messaged all the nominees and told them to keep their acceptance speeches pleasant. Because I feel like there were a lot of words that could have been said about the industry, and those things were not said, and I feel like they were asked not to say them. Let me say hi to you guys. I didn't do that. I'm sorry. Hello, Standing. Happy Saturday. Good to see you. Jack, I hope you're doing well. Happy weekend. Mage, you as well. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hello, Lurkers. And hello, VOD watchers. I hope everyone is having a good weekend. I don't know. I was thinking about this earlier because the 6 Game of the Year nominees, right, were Death Stranding 2, Ghost of Yote, Donkey Kong Bonanza, Expedition 33, Silk Song, and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Yeah, and I think to some degree that's fair. I think trying to make it more of a celebration is good, but sometimes there are also things that need to be said. And yeah, maybe that wasn't the stage for it, but I don't know. I would have wanted to hear a little bit of discussion. So I was thinking about this because none of the announcements were super exciting to me. Some of them were interesting. Some of them were completely, I've already forgotten about them. But there was nothing that I think really got me extremely hyped. And maybe that's just me being a jaded cynic, but it's interesting to me because Divinity was neat. Divinity was an interesting trailer. I still haven't finished Baldur's Gate. And I'm like, I'm not gonna buy Divinity until I finish Baldur's Gate, which might mean I never buy Divinity. But it would feel silly to like get the next game they release without finishing the existing one, you know? We'll see. Maybe one day. The reason I bring up the Game of the Year nominees though, so Death Stranding 2 had a marketing budget, right? That's a Sony title. Yeah, it's not so much like, it's not so much like, I need to know what happens in Baldur's Gate before I play Divinity. It's the same reason I never bought Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, because I never finished Tears of the Kingdom. It's like, I shouldn't buy another Zelda until I finish the Zelda that I already have. And sort of a similar feeling, it's like, I shouldn't buy another CRPG until I finish the CRPG that I have. Okay, so yeah, Death Stranding 2 had a marketing budget. Ghost of Yotei had a marketing budget. Donkey Kong Bonanza had a marketing budget. Silk Song had its reputation, right? People had been shouting about Silk Song for years. So, at least amongst gamers, it was a recognized property. I would say Kingdom Come Deliverance, I guess it had a marketing budget. That one was kind of the outlier for me. I did not expect that game to, like, hit that level, but good for them. And then Expedition 33 is like, where the hell did this come from? I don't feel like anybody saw it coming. So, I guess what's really interesting to me is the people that can afford a trailer plug at the Game Awards is not really indicative of the potentially major, like, milestone games of the coming year, or coming 2 years, or however long we're looking out, right? Like, the really big deals might not show up until they're ready to come out, which is interesting. I did want to talk about one though, and you guys know my predilections. You can probably guess the one that I want to talk about. Yeah, I don't know. There were a couple of interesting things in there. Was it Coven of the Crowfeet? Looked charming, at least, so I'm kind of curious what happens with that, but Divinity looked neat. Obviously, we saw a little bit more of Resident Evil, which is like, alright, cool. New Ace Combat, that is exciting. It looks as hammy as ever, but as long as the music and the gameplay is cool, then it's like, yeah, whatever, do your freaking J-drama bullshit. I don't know. I have a soft spot for Ace Combat. It's a dumb series, but I kind of love it. What was other stuff that got brought up? Mage, you were talking about the acceptance speech for Expedition 33, and you mentioned the game tutorials things. I thought you meant, like, people making tutorials for Expedition 33, not game dev tutorials. And it's like, yeah, no, 100%. Like, so much of what I have learned how to do, pretty much everything I have learned how to do in terms of actually making games, has come from reading Reddit threads and watching YouTube videos. It is immeasurably important. I've talked about this before, that the you might almost call it the soft power of how a community adopts a particular program and then builds tools for it and makes tutorials and makes guides and makes videos and answers forum posts is what actually cements it as being a staple of the industry, right? Right? It's not that Maya is the best 3D modeling program, it's that we have decades of tutorials and tools that people have made for it. And so, like, it's the thing that everyone uses and everyone knows how to use. And it's easy to find material to build that knowledge base. Whereas, like, I don't know, Blender has definitely gotten better over recent years, but I feel like it's still trailing behind. So yes. No, that was a good little moment. I was like, oh yeah, 100%. I'm right there. Okay, so the one teaser that I did want to go over, which is, I don't know, it's a fun teaser. It's kind of a nothing burger, but I enjoyed it. We're just gonna watch it, and then I want to point a couple of interesting things out. Oh shit. Okay, so that was fun. It's a fun little mood teaser, right? Um so as was pointed out, the dev studio making this, Arcanaut, is brand new. Like they have just formed as a company. So 2030 is an optimistic outlook for this coming out, right? You know, Casey Hudson is the director for it. Directed the original KOTOR, directed Mass Effect. So there's a bit of pedigree there, but it's not really a promise of anything, right? It's like, okay, we got a big name attached to it, which is nice. What's really interesting to me about this one, just as potential for what's going on, what we're looking at, what it might be, right? 5 years in advance. I would be amazed if, oh shit, it was like way off position. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it's 5 years. Okay. So what's really interesting to me, so the obvious thing that everyone picked up on is that I'm blanking on the name, but that is Darth Malik's Star Destroyer from the first KOTOR, right? You got the iconic like long nose with the underslung deck. yeah, I don't remember what they called it, but it's like, okay, so that is the crashed Star Destroyer from KOTOR 1. And then you see a couple of, like, over here on the left, you got a destroyed Sith fighter. But the part about this is really interesting to me is not this ship, it's this one. Because that, to me, looks a lot more like the Fondor Hullcraft from Andor. Right? It's got the sort of angled side panel wings. It's got the sort of large central body. We don't get to see it landed, right? We only get to see the engine. And it's not exactly the same ship, but the design feels, or Fondor, yeah, the design feels reminiscent of it. Which makes me wonder, or makes me suspect, that this is not set in the Old Republic. I think it is set either during the Imperial or post-Imperial period. Which, I look at that and I'm wondering, are we gonna get a Star Wars Indiana Jones? Is our plucky band of adventurers gonna be racing against Imperial remnants to find ancient relics of the Sith Galactic War period? Honestly, I think that would be a ton of fun. I think that would be a really cool story. So, I don't know. That one, it's far too early to be hype about it. It is far too early to be like, yeah, this is going to be amazing or whatever. But I think there's a little potential there for something that could be really fun. A lot obviously remains to be seen about what they do with it. And just how the studio ultimately performs, right? Because again, like, okay, Casey Hudson, nothing against him personally, but one person does not a game of this caliber or the scale make, right? It's going to involve a lot of people, and frankly, I don't think I wouldn't want Casey having his hand in everything, right? Because he's not necessarily the smartest person at the game design or the writing or anything. Like, in my mind, the best director knows how to find people that are really good at their respective roles and give them the resources to make sure that they can do what they need and that it all aligns towards the same end goal. Nick Fate of the Old Republic. Yes, that's Baldur's Gate. The story looking way back at the prior stories. Yeah, and I don't know how much they would, like, directly call on stuff from KOTOR 1 or 2, but I think that would be a fun way to approach it rather than try and directly continue the storyline in any direct way. And frankly, I think if they did want to directly continue it, they would have called it KOTOR 3, right? The fact that it is separated the way it is tells me that it is something related but different. So I'm gonna keep an eye on it. You guys know me. I'm not huge on hype anymore. I am not one to get really excited for something until I have, at the very least, a clear picture of what the end result is gonna look like. Better yet, the opportunity to try it myself. it does sound intriguing. The parts are there for something that can be really fun. But I think, as we were talking about on Thursday, it's very frequent that we get interesting ideas, interesting parts, but then the parts don't come together in a way that is ultimately satisfying, which is always annoying because it's like, you were this close. It feels like it was there, it was waiting, and it didn't happen, which always sucks. But like I said, it's hard. It's hard. So we'll see. You know what? For the sake of fairness, let's just go down the list. We'll just go down the list really quick, and we'll see. This is GameSpot's list. The Free Shepherd, a game about herding sheep. Neat. Decrepit. Dark fantasy mixes soul-like combat with old school dungeon crawling. Oh, this was like the pre-show stuff. Moment of self-excitement that is happening, but nothing. I think that's fair. I think it's fine to get excited that there is a project in the works, but you know, I think so often like that just sort of automatically turns into, it's about to go crazy, this is gonna be the greatest game ever. It's like, no. What the fuck is Pragmata? I was watching it and like, I don't get what this game is supposed to be. Also, the first trailer is 5 years old, so I suppose it's good that it's finally getting around to releasing, but Bradley the Badger, which just I don't know what can be said about Bradley the Badger. Stupid Never Dies. I think my brain shut off while this trailer was playing. I was just like, I don't care about this at all. The Old Republic, New Divinity. I'm not sure I even can show the trailer for this because I believe that I described it as a ritual blood orgy. It's like, how many M ratings can we fit into 3 minutes? Horror Loop, a new co-op shooter. So, I'm gonna be honest, I saw this and I was like, oh, cool. J.J. Abrams is working on an original IP. Which means he's not busy ruining any existing IPs that we actually care about. Coven of the Chicken Foot might be sweet, might be cute. Elderly Witch and her animal companion. It's the first project from Wildflower Games. The studio is headed by Bruce Straley, former co-director of Last of Us and Uncharted. So it might be a fun little narrative adventure game. Amnesia, dark developer, making a new horror game. Resident Evil stuff. Order of the Sinking Star is the next game from Braid's developer, which, I don't know, Braid was fine. Never got super into it, but it'll be interesting to see what he's been up to. And then yeah, Exodus. I know we were talking about this before. I can't find the excitement for Exodus personally. I don't know why. It's just nothing about it has really like gotten my attention yet. My curiosity, a little bit. My attention, no. But we'll see. I do like Trisha Helfer. Honestly, Trisha Helfer voicing the main character is like the best news that I've heard about this. But I don't know, like, we'll see. Invoke Studios. What was Invoke Studios made? You have 3 seconds to actually show your shit. I don't want to join the party. Okay. Oh, is this the first the first game that they're making? Oh boy. Oh no, they're 13 years old. War Machine, researchers to help develop the game. Concept art for the game was created by First submission accepted to the Square Enix Collective in 2014. Really was renamed to Livelock in 16. First buy-to-play game published by Perfect World. Okay, interesting. Started development on on a Wizards of the Coast game with a team of 12 in early 2017. Announced its development in 2019. Then acquired 2 games that year. I'm assuming that's when they switched over to being Invoke. Dungeons & Dragons Dark Alliance was officially announced with a teaser trailer being shown in 2019. Okay, so they rebranded to Invoke in 22. Okay, so they have Livelock, Dungeons & Dragons Dark Alliance. Wasn't that game bad? Okay, mixed. Kind of all over the place, but middling. Okay. Well, we'll have to see. I did not watch this teaser because I still need to I still need to play Control. So I'm excited that Remedy is making more stuff, but we'll have to check it out later. More Yakuza stuff. A live-action Street Fighter movie, which is just like, yeah, okay. Lego Batman. I don't know, man. Like, it's so weird to me that the Lego game series is one of the most just like, yeah, it's probably gonna be good. Dark Alliance was terrible. Okay, so you're in the like IGN camp. Fair enough. I remember hearing some stuff and seeing some stuff about it and being like, oh no. New Tomb Raider. So there's two Tomb Raider things that they're working on. Legacy of Atlantis and Catalyst, which... Okay, so Legacy of Atlantis is a remake of the original game. And then Catalyst is a whole new game. That's kind of cool. We'll see. We shall see. The Forest 3, which is like, okay. Oh, Invincible fighting game. Got it. So that's not even a new thing, it's just new content for it. This seemed potentially very charming. It's like a cooperative, classically styled, almost, it reminded me of like Toriyama stylings. Not exactly, but kind of in that vein of animation. So I'm like, all right, tell me more. Diablo 4 has new Marvel Rivals characters, 007. Lords of the Fallen 2, which is interesting. I don't know. I haven't personally played Lords of the Fallen. I think I watched Jin play a little bit of the like rebuilt version or remade version. Like, I think, what was it? They like released a version of the game and it wasn't very good, so then they took it back and retooled it and re-released it, which was better. So we'll see what this one ends up doing. I don't know. The Saros. Oh, is that Sayu? Excellent. Good for him. I don't know. I watched the trailer for Saros and was just kind of like, okay. It's kind of cool that it's got like some bullet hell elements, but it just, I don't know. I think in some ways I'm just kind of, I don't know, like I'm not bored of shooters as an absolute. I just feel like there's so many games that shoehorn shooter mechanics in when it doesn't feel appropriate to the game. Returnal 2.0, okay. Because Returnal was good. So that's definitely a bump up on the excitometer. But I don't know, I watched the trailer and I was like, why does this have guns? No Law, kind of a similar thing, though I really dig No Law's world design. Like the combination of I'm not gonna watch the trailer. I just want to like show off the visual style of it. Like this alone is great. The sort of crowded in, you know, urban sprawl with the sci-fi airships. Everything feeling very lived in and like neon colorful. And that, you know, the real sort of like day to night where everything sort of has those nice like living earthy tones, but then at night it all turns into like striking oversaturation. Like it's got a bit of a cyberpunk vibe, but it's like it's not exactly cyberpunk, right? It's got a different sort of feel, which is really cool. So I really dig the look of it. The actual gameplay itself is kind of like, I don't know, it looks fine. It looks fine. It might be one of those games where it's just more fun to be in the world than it is to actually play the game. If that makes sense. Oh, for No Law? Interesting. New Hitman stuff, which apparently Mila Jovovich has never voiced anything in a game. I'm kind of surprised, but good for her. Total War Warhammer. I don't know, this could be fun. I think the big thing for me... Okay, so there's two big things. One, I want to know what all races and factions will be available to play, because guys, I'm tired of Space Marines. It's always Space Marines, and I'm done with it. I want more things. Bring in the Eldar, bring in the Tau, bring in the Necrons. Just something else, please. True, the fact that they are not doing Warhammer Fantasy is neat. The problem for me, the other thing for me, is personally, I don't think they have made a better Total War than Shogun 2. I've played subsequent Total Wars, not all of them, but I played a few, and they never felt as good. Like, yeah, the graphics got better, but the game balance, the game design just never felt like Shogun 2 was the right balance of complexity in my mind. And that came out in 2011. So, almost 15 years of Total War games, and they're still chasing it, in my opinion. So, if this one turns out to be good, if it turns out to be a new top-level entry, awesome. But I am very cautious given the track record of the series. New Ace Combat, sweet. Galactic Racer. I was a little surprised. They mentioned Chaos and Traitors in the trailer, so hopefully we see more factions besides just the Orcs. Yeah, but see, that's still just humans. Like, it's still just like flavors of Marines. I want other aliens. And I want them to be playable. I was a little surprised with Galactic Racer we didn't get pod racing specifically, but I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it just because we see a bunch of different things, and I imagine we'll get some pod racing as a vehicle option. Just not exclusively. Phantom Blade Zero didn't really excite me. Astro Boy. Astro Boy. I don't know. New Mega Man. Reasons for excitement. Hopefully it's good. Has there ever been a good Oh, 100%. The pod racing game on the GameCube or the N64 was really good. That was an awesome game. Wait, Tankrat? Tankrat. Tankrat. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, this looks really cool. It's got a bit of a Twisted Metal vibe. I kinda dig it. Oh, and then you're like a machine. Cool. Alright, you know what? Yes, I'm in. Oh, and then you take over the... Sick. It's like, what if open world Pacific Drive, but with tanks and giant death machines? Alright, that looks fun. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we can watch the trailer really quickly just to see. Like, it's a mood trailer, right? There's nothing really here to sort of get specifics on.
I want it back. The way it was before the Empire shut it down. Massive engines. Lightning fast. Lives on the line. The pilots were incredible. Best of the best. United by one beautiful victory!
This is a mage game.
Galaxy needs racing!
Okay, so nice boba. Okay, so the one little hint, I'm in the way, but you can see it sort of over there, over my shoulder there, that we've got the three sort of vehicle types, right? So we've got speeder bikes and swoops, we've got, we'll call them car speeders, and then we've got the dual engine speeders, which kind of looks like a sized down pod racer. It's got more like structure rather than the cabling. So that might be what we get. We might get some, at least, cosmetic items that make it look more pod racy, but I think they ultimately went this route just because they were like, we want more vehicle options, and if we stick to just pod racing, it kind of limits what we can do, which is understandable. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing for me, though. Galactic Racer. Steam. I believe this is being made by. This is being made by Fuse Games, Secret Mode, and Lucasfilms. About Us. Fuse Games. I believe these are former Criterion devs. So, what's really going to put this over the top for me, I want them to lean into Burnout. Right? They showed a lot of explosions in this trailer, right? I want them to go full Burnout with it. I want vehicular slaughter, right? Bumping each other, crashing each other into walls, into obstacles is like not necessarily the focus of the game like in Burnout, but it is absolutely a part of the race. At least one. At least. Right? Like that right there. That was a deliberate ram them into the wall and they're done. Right? And then you get this big fiery explosion. It creates hazards for people behind it. They have to go through the smoke and they can't see clearly. Like it becomes a part of the gameplay loop. I really want to see them focus in on that and make this a very arcadey racer. And if they do, I think that has a lot of potential to be fun. So that is exciting. Well, it's interesting. As it's really funny. So we were talking before about how the only thing that any Microsoft affiliated studio showed this year was some Diablo 4 DLC content. I guess you might call it an expansion, but like it's just building on an existing game. It's not a new title from any of Microsoft's stables, which is a big ass stable, let us remember. So that is concerning, to say the least. But my roommate was pointing out Ubisoft not show anything either. And not only did EA not show anything, Highguard is a debut game by a new studio founded by former Respawn developers, which is EA. Star Wars Racer is being made by Fuse Studios, which is former Criterion developers. Fate of the Old Republic is being made by Argonaut Studios, which is being led by Casey Hudson and former BioWare developers, which is an EA studio. The things that were shown this year, not only did EA not show anything, we got 3 games being debuted by people that left EA Studios. The only thing EA had on display was how many developers have left. Yeah, my roommate was considering that possibility of part of the acquisition was a shut the fuck up clause. Just until all of the business has been done and the transactions have been made and the acquisitions are complete, and then we can start talking about stuff. That is certainly possible, but it was just kind of like, eh. It was not a great look. So, I don't know. It was interesting. Claire Obscure won Game of the Year. The Size do not like Descent in the Ranks. It's true. Like, let's just shut the fuck up. Talk it out. We can start showing shiny shit later. Besides, by the time all is said and done, we don't know what projects are still gonna continue to exist. Been shooting themselves in the foot lately. If by lately you mean the last like 15 years, then yes. Oh, 10 years. Best game direction went to Expedition 33. Adaptation went to Last of Us Season 2. Yeah, I think that's fair. Practice, they never miss the foot now. What foot? What foot is left to miss? Best narrative went to Expedition. Art direction to Expedition. Scoring music to Expedition. Audio design, Battlefield 6 took it. Which, I guess that's fair. I haven't played enough Battlefield 6 to know how its audio design is, but it's fair enough, I guess. I will say, I thought Silent Hill F, from what I have watched of it, had good audio design. And audio design for a horror game is like one of the most important elements. Best performance went to Jennifer English for Expedition. She killed it. So, no thoughts there. Innovation and accessibility, Doom the Dark Ages. Good job, guys. Respect. Games for Impact went to South of Midnight. Best ongoing game went to No Man's Sky. Yeah, 100% deserved. Out of all of these, easily best showing. Best community support went to Baldur's Gate. Best indie game. Let's not forget, Expedition 33 is an indie game. But look at this fucking lineup. Absolem, Ball Pit, Blueprints, Expedition 33, Hades 2, and Silk Song. Fucking titanic lineup in the indie category. Best debut indies, again, Blueprints, Expedition 33, Dispatch. Oh, they took Megabonk out. Weird. And Despillion. I didn't get what No Man's Sky was still doing. Redefining their game, it turns out. Best mobile game went to Pretty Derby. Yeah, that's fair. Best VR game went to Midnight Walk. I guess that's fair. I mean, I haven't played any of these, so I can't really say, but best action game went to Hades 2. Best action adventure went to Silk Song. Best RPG went to Expedition 33. They aren't a new studio, just a new name. Oh. That's fair. Best fighting game went to Fatal Fury. Best family game went to Donkey Kong. Best strategy game went to Final Fantasy Tactics. I think that's fair. The voice acting in that game, at the very least, is really good. I should play Tactics at some point. Sports racing went to Mario Kart World. Yeah, I can see that. Best multiplayer went to Arc Raiders. Yeah. I could have seen it going to Peak, but I think Arc Raiders has had a huge splash. Most anticipated game, GTA 6, to nobody's surprise. Content Creator of the Year went to Moist Critical. I'm confused. Who is that? I feel like this is a joke. Oh, is that the... Okay, so he put out a video saying the Game Awards situation is crazy. Is that the response? Because I saw that video, I was like, I don't care about drama. Best esports went to Counter-Strike 2. I guess? I don't know. I would have given it to Dota 2, but I'm biased. I don't even know any of the athletes here. I don't know the teams. Player's voice went to Wuthering Waves, which is like, okay. And then there was an acknowledgement to the Girls Make Games initiative, which is cool. So, I don't know. Like, I think Expedition 33, yeah, they lost Best Audio Design and won everything else they were nominated for, which is like, yeah, I don't think anyone is really surprised by that. But overall, I think it was a very good year. I think we had a lot of very strong candidates. And I am glad that, so like, I think Kingdom Come might have been the only one that didn't win something. Okay, thanks, Mage. Like Silk Song won, Hades won, Donkey Kong won. Oh, Death Stranding might not have won anything. No, they didn't. And Yote didn't. Or no, Yote wasn't a contender for Game of the Year. So yeah, 4 of the 6 won at least one award. I don't know. I think this year's showing was pretty good. I think it was a pretty good time. Like I said, I really appreciated that they didn't really try and like cut anybody off or please wrap it up. It felt like everybody got the time to say the things that they wanted to. That was the thing, like, I was looking at the photo for him. I'm like, this feels like a joke? Because, like, he's wearing the shirt, he's got the posture, he's got the setup that it looks like a body double for Moist Critical. And I'm like, what are they doing? I don't know. Okay, so why don't we go ahead? We can get started on the game. We've got a game to play. We might finish up Shantae today. We'll see how it goes. I'm gonna bump you guys over here just so I can see a bit easier. Okay, and then we're gonna put that right there. And turn the audio for it on. Where's my controller? There you are. Excuse me. Okay, right. We're dealing with this gross ass. Everything is covered in slime and I hate it. Oh right, we did already find the part, so that might help us out. Hey, what have you got there? Is that another cog? I'll take it off your hands. Cool. Ah! You shocked me for the last time, rotten button. Yes, everyone get some water. Everyone stay hydrated. I'm gonna fix you good. All done. This should be working now. Give it a shot. And then the island exploded. I'm still in the way. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I'm messing with things. We gotta make sure YouTube Studio's looking at the right thing. There we go. Is it so? There we go. It worked! You did, but the vomit pods are overflowing with vital juices. And look! Even the egg sacs are pulsing with excitement. I think it's time. Oh, I think we need to go. I think we need to go. Time for what? Time to poke those eggs! Ew! Go ahead! Witness the miracle of birth. Do I have to? Yes! Yes! It will be beautiful! Go on! I don't wanna. Oh! Hi.
Right! Sting! Button sting!
I don't like it here. There's a squid down there. And I don't know how to get it. Wow. That's more bile than I've seen in quite a while.
Revenge! Vengeance! Revengers have vengeance! Destroy! Devour! Destroy and devour!
Guys, did we do the right thing? I don't know that we did the right thing. The young are safe now. I'm a very proud parent. Celebrate with us. Ingest some membrane. Guys, I don't know that we did the right thing. You can't leave yet. Apparently one of these mucus mommies has a present for you. May as well go and get it. But I talked to all of them. The eggs have hatched. Oh, I think I needed to pop them all. I see. The eggs have hatched into little killing machines. And look, they're bulging with glue. Aww. Oh, I probably gotta go talk to the first one again. I knew you'd knock some sense into those humans. Looky look. The eggs have hatched into larvae. Soon our hive will be throbbing with glistening grubs. Your actions deserve payment. Here. Ooh, tremor stone. Huh? What's this? People call it a tremor stone. But really, just a very fidgety larvae sealed inside a chrysalis. It jumps around, bounces to and fro. One for the whole family. Neat. Well, fun until it hatches and sucks out your fluids. Builds its nest inside your lifeless husk. Anyway, keep it nice and moist. I hate it here. You did it! Fogtown is finally back where it belongs. I'd imagine that the Royal Palace has returned to its rightful place as well. You should pay them a visit, don't you think? Yeah, maybe we can leave the Tremor Rock with them. Far away from us. I wonder what the secret squids are for. Because we found a bunch of them, but I haven't found anywhere to use them. Oh, this is much better.
The royal palace is clean once more, brother. Huzzah! Ah, it's good to smell the salty sea air once more. Much of the structural damage has been repaired, brother. But what of my feelings, brother? Welcome to Sequin Land Palace.
Thanks.
The Sultana would like to see you, brother. Right this way. Whenever the Sultana has family visit from out of town, I slay them, brother. I slay them for the Sultana. Then I eat the meat. Whoa, 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 whoa. The bones I keep, brother. Femurs are stored in packing tubes. Oh, wait. Let me check my notes. Right. That's for monsters, brother. For family, I greet them with kindness. Then I eat cinnamon rolls, brother. I like them with the frosting. I'm still watching you, brother.
I'm watching you, big guy. Hello, Majesty. Genies are such amazing creatures. I knew you would succeed. I will share a story with you, if you would hear it. Yes, please. I love hearing stories. Very well. Long ago, Sequinland was protected by guardian genies. Their magic kept us safe from evil in all its forms. But one day, the genies returned to their realm, leaving their daughters, the half-genies, behind. The Sultana gathered the ones who had come of age and brought them here to the palace. She wished to offer them comfort and seek their counsel. It was decided that to follow in their mother's footsteps, each half-genie would adopt a town to serve as his protector. Those that were too young would remain with their human fathers and would be granted special protection until they had grown. Then they could choose their own path. That must be when I was sent to live with Uncle. I was too young to remember. As the half-genie children grew, so did Sequinland. Eventually, there were more towns than there were half-genies to protect them. And over time, the sight of a guardian genie became quite rare. Many began to distrust magic. But here at the palace, good deeds were never forgotten. And neither were you. You have your mother's fire. Be patient, and you will see her again one day. That is where the story must end. For now. You will write the next chapter yourself. Take this. A shock egg. I have given you my most favorite treasure. When the time comes, I'm certain that you will put it to good use. Good luck, Guardian Genie. Go now, and save Sequinland. Aye, she gave us her most prized possession. I think we're in. Okay, interesting. What classic game tape? Natural power source made by storm owls. But what does it do? Okay, so what are we doing? Let's go back to Mining Town because we still have the classic game, which I believe we have to give to this wolf. And then I think we should take the Tremor Stone to Uncle and see what he says. Okay, he doesn't want it. So it must have been the wolf in Bogtown. I thought we gave that werewolf something already. No, this is Share Werewolf. So who wants this? Or maybe we just did this already. Huh. Maybe it just didn't save.
This ain't ever no free to share disc. It's one of those fan translated custom jobs. Wow. I'm keeping this. Sharing is good and all, but, well, there's a time and place for holy hat making. Just look at that sparkly decal. That cover art is just so... Is that a foil hologram? My finger goes right through the pokey outy parts.
What?
You seeing that? All right, it's sharing time. Here you go. No tradebacks.
Yeah, I'll take it. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, Best Bud.
Alright, well that solves that one. So back to Scuttletown. Why are the other two squids here? Maybe I can like smash something with the elephant.
Find all three relic hunters. With their help, we can reverse the effects of Risky's machine.
Alright. We're still on that task. What do we need the Tremor Stone for? Okay, we got 500 gems. What do we want? Honestly, we're kinda good. I don't really care about any of these other spells, so I guess I'll just get exit pack, sure. And then we'll get a super pack, we'll get 2 of those. And we'll get a couple of heart packs. Okay. I'm trying to remember what the Tremor Stone is for, but I think we're gonna have to go to the Haunted Grove to find it. I think best bet is to go find the dungeon. Let's see, and this is... Oh, right. It's the walk pathway. Or it's the pathway that we have to, like, float across. You little shit. That's the wrong one. Come on, jump through. Ow. Run! I don't want to hurt the guards. They're not bad. They're just possessed. Okay, so what did you say? Walk inside, hit the keys in the dirt, stop the right spot, and you'll see. Try the cave to the right. Not this, is it? No. Oh, I wonder if this is the locale. I think we went through this already, but I just want to double check it. Yeah, I remember this. Okay. But the fact that there is a cave to the right makes me wonder if this is where we're supposed to be. I don't think it is. Curious. Nay. Scum. See, I don't think it's down here. Oh, but there's the switch. You little shit. Oh, and then this is the spider maze. No, I don't want to be here. Ow! Fuck you! Get out of here. Oh! That lets us get to the switch at least, so that's interesting. And then, what is this one? I don't think we've done this yet. Or have we? I do vaguely recall this. Right, okay. Yes, we did. Dang it. Okay. Not there. Where do we want to go? Can I not get up here? I wonder if the mermaid can jump higher. Nope. Down we go then. I think that was just as get a squid. Oh, it's right there. Son of a... How is that supposed to work then? Oh wait! Can I do this? Something. It is this. Come on. Damn it! Oh, I can jump. Oh, that means I can do that other place too. Possibly. I'm not sure if I can jump high enough. But if we can find that cavern again, I definitely want to try. Yeah, you better run, you little shit. Oh, I don't think we've been in here yet. I think we finally found the mini dungeon. Ow. Fuck you! Oh, does this mean we have to fight the creepy Skella guy? I do not like the creepy Skella guy. Hang on. I want to get the pike ball. No. That's why I want the pike ball. Okay, so this way. Oh, did we do this? I think we did do this. I do recognize that pool. Yeah, okay, we did. Well, that sucks. Okay, and then we have the dungeon there. We still haven't found the way into the dungeon. Yeah, see, I can't jump high enough. I can't use the magic in mid-air. I can't maintain the magic while I'm doing my dances, so I would fall if I tried. Let's see. I don't see any... I don't see how we're supposed to make that work. Dude, give me a magic pot. You suck. Fuck you. Then we did this one. Shit. So the real question is, what do we do with these items that we have found? So we got the Tremor Stone and we got the Shock Orb. What are those things going to let us do? I don't think there was anything at the museum that needed those. I just wanted to go back to the palace really quickly and see if I can find one of the squids. It's not like there's really anything. I mean, there's this bomb, but Oogie. And now it's back. I don't even see how I'm supposed to light this thing. I am befuddled. Let's see, is there anything... Is Naga Cliffs are only missing one squid. Orc Orchard we're missing 2. I don't think there's anything that's like... really obvious. I feel like it has to be something in the Haunted Grove. I also don't see a clear use indicator. That said, last time, the problem was we had missed a cave. It was not super obvious. So it could be something as simple as that. I'm trying to hit all the caves, but without any kind of map, it's hard to know. Now, huh. I think we did this one. Yes. Huh. Okay, we did this. Alright, man, I gotta check out here. Yeah, no sign of anything. Really? Fuck you. Hmm. Put the keys in the dirt, stomp the right spot, and you'll see. Make sure to bury them again when you're done. Lady, don't get them. If you too like to stomp, try the cave to the right. They don't mean this cave, do they? But this is the running cave. Curious. Very peculiar. And then we did this one. So what are they looking for here? See, it seems to me like they want me to do something here. But I don't see what that could be. I can't hang off of the chains or anything. Trembling and wiggling object. Shantae. Natural power source made by storm owls. What do I use that for? Let's see. Are there any areas that we could go to that would recontextualize with those items? I don't feel like there is. I feel like we probably need it out of Naga Cliffs. And even Orc Orchard, I think, is pretty good. Excuse me. So... you even flipped the switch and that didn't really affect anything. I'm not sure what it is we're looking for now. Oh, they shoot things. I didn't realize they shoot projectiles. I guess I just killed them fast enough that I never noticed. The one thing that's a little bit interesting is seems like there's this gap down here. How do I get to it? Right, we go all the way down. And we go under this rock, but by the time we get up, we've gone around it. Oh! What was that? The hell? Ooh, hot chocolate. What the fuck is that? Oh, do I need to hit where the will-o'-the-wisps are? Okay, that's giving me an indication. That's something to work with. I think your Valiant Hot Chalky quest has given us the insight that we needed. You little die. Alright, we gotta find some more will-o'-wisps. There's one. Oh! Oh, the other one's in the wrong spot because the place got all turned around. Sorry, buddy. So we gotta go flip the switch so that when we pop the statue up, it'll put it in the right place. I get it now. Right. No, don't keep bouncing. I didn't say you could keep bouncing. Mint hot chocolate. Ooh, get a little bit of minty pepperiness. I've still got some coffee left. Okay. And where's the switch? I think it's a little bit farther. Nope. Nope, all the way down. Shit. Die. Magic. Give me my magic. Oh. Yeah, here we go. Ah, damn it. I think it's right up here. Or am I stupid? I might be stupid. God damn it. I'm completely turned around now. I don't remember where the switch is. You little shit. Dang. Okay, so yeah, I think we need to go through this door and then back here. Not behind this guy, is it? Is it back here? I didn't see it. No. Oh, I'm so confused now. Dang it. I just walked into that one. That was my fault. That one's not my fault. Okay, so we got one of them done. Just need the freaking switch. There it is. Okay, right. I'm remembering now. So you can't go here. You need to go underneath. And I think we just go right back up. I want to say the door is right here somewhere. There you are. Hold. Right. Now we hit this. We spin everything around. And we come back out to the front. next time we find the dungeon, the other burial spot, the other will-o-wisp should be back where we want it to be. Somewhere. There we go. Finally, we figured it out. It took us a minute. It took us a hot freaking minute, but we got it. Now where's that gateway? I saw it back here. There you are. I think this one will work. There we go. Oh, we did it. Oh, this is a cool dungeon. Very Castlevania-esque. This is my shop for door-busting deals. East block, second floor. Can't miss it. I'm gonna miss it. Oh, do I have to like grab onto these? Huh. What's going on with these blocks? Is it a spider thing? Yes. Dang it. No! Hold. Come on. Do these just not line up? They might not. Okay. There we go. Oh! Did that big lady just fall to her death? They seem very content to just kind of keep running, so I'm gonna let them do that. Really? better be something good at the end of this. I'm just saying. And I still don't need any of this. I mean, it's always nice to get a chance to see Roddy, but I don't need any of the stuff. What the fuck? Oh. What the fuck? What the fuck? The fuck is happening here? Ow. Oh, she really hurts. Yeah, you run, big lady. Ow, fuck. I'm gonna be honest, I don't 100% know where I am right now. Huh. Do I need to power these somehow? Can I do that with my crab? No. Maybe it's something I get later. Or can I use the spider to move it? Yes. Okay, so I need to get the top ones first by moving this into position. Well, that's ominous. A key. Whee! All right. No spiders. Oh, but I can't get down now. Curious. This is the way out of something. wall is stone. I can't climb it. Why can't the monkey climb stone walls? I have no fucking idea. Oh, weird. Okay, I feel like this dungeon really needs a map. This is a very complicated layout. Snake eating. Ow. Very tricksy. Motherfucker. Okay, so I can't get shit. Well, there's the reset. I need to monkey up to this platform and then switch to spider. And then jump over here as a spider. I can't break that. Can't get up any farther. But I can't monkey my way up from... Unless I can use the last little bit of that platform. No? Where am I supposed to go here? Am I not supposed to be here yet? I can't jump high enough to hit that little block on the side. Oh, maybe? Maybe. Fuck. Hey! Just barely. I'll take barely. What the heck? They're flipped around and shit. How am I supposed to unflip them? The heck? Okay. I thought that might like shuffle them or something. Oh! I can just whack them with my hair. No! There we go. Key! Oh, that was close. Okay, before we go through there, what's at the top of this? Oh, okay. I think that's where we came in earlier. Carefully. There we go. Nice, scum. Oh, okay. We found the fountain. Oh, and then this lets out over here. Okay. I remember that door, but we don't have our charm for it yet. So we're gonna have to try and remember the spot and come back to it later. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Okay, so that's B is something. See, I don't remember everywhere we've been yet. Okay, so this was the save spot, so I think we need to go down now. You see why I like the pike ball so much? Okay, boss room. You know what I should probably do? Is like write down a map. I should probably just like get a notebook and make a map myself. I think we came through here, didn't we? Yeah, this is the save room. Well, now I'm just confuzzled. Like, what's the point of having this exist, like, two routes to do this? Now, So that'll just go down there. And then this. Okay, so this is B. Oh, fuck me, I'm lost. Alright. Okay, and then this, right, can't go up here because the walls are stone. So you need to find some way that'll let us up there. Okay, so that's the B hallway. It says the signage on the wall. Is this A? Okay. Oh, okay, so this is level 1. And then this up here is level 2. Which is where Roddy is located. Okay, so did we go to level 1 then? I don't remember. Oh, and then that lets us go to the fountain. I see. Okay, you know what? Let me grab my notebook because I think we are actually going to need to make a map for this place. Where did I put my notebook? Hang on. Oh, what did I do with it? Got it. Right. Need a pen. That's a pen, but it's not a good pen. There's a good pen. Alright. Okay. I think what's probably going to be the smartest thing to do is go back to the entrance and start over so that we can chart this out a little bit. I want to exit the area, yes. Okay. So, we've got our entry point. I believe it's gonna be essentially a long hallway. Okay, yeah. We've got short room and a save room right here. And then we've got... Oh, okay. Is there a way up in here? Potentially, but it is blocked by stonework. So this is all second floor. Yeah, I think before I just like went straight across. so this is a long column. Takes us down to first floor. Okay, so we have been down here because we opened that door already. And then it goes all the way down to the basement, and that's where the crab was. Okay, so for our map making purposes, if we go back up to first floor, there is a door on either side. But it is split. We can only approach the left side door from one direction. Okay, so let's go back up here. Because I'm pretty sure this just leads to Roddy and the save point. Right, and this had the whole, like, spider walkie thing. Oh, now you line up. Woo! Fuck. Okay. This leads to a long hallway. A little spider walkie puzzle. Damn my impatience. Okay. And then at the end of that is another room with a vertical section. Have we gone up here before? Boo! Right, okay, yes, and then this goes up here to a third floor that I did not know about and did not make enough room for. I'm gonna make this in Clip Studio real quick instead. One moment. I just have to redo my work. Okay. So what have we got? Okay. So entrance is going to be right here. We got our save room. And then we have our first vertical room. Gonna have that divide. Blocking one of the doors. We've got a long hallway with the spider trap, or spider puzzle. And now we're in our second vertical section, which has a block off and goes up to the third floor. And doesn't seem to offer anything higher. So there is a room over here with some very loud machinery. Oh, it's these two. Right, and then we got the key at the end of this. I remember this room. Okay, so we did this already. And then I believe, yeah, we can't really reverse this yet. Because the walls are stone. I believe it's just Roddy on the other side of this. Yes. It's just a simple room. And then we get to Roddy's shop. So there might be more at the bottom of that room, but I can't access it right now. The fuck? I'm just gonna let them do that as they please. Chip. Really? Why is this so hard? It's because I have to hit up to mount the platform at the same time that I'm trying to move laterally. Okay. So. We can't necessarily go up, we can only go down here. And we're gonna backtrack a little bit. I know we've been down to the basement level already, but I believe that's gonna circle us back around to the first door. So this goes all the way down to the basement. There's a room there with some platform puzzling. And then the next room goes down and has spider webs in it. And a doorway across. So if we go straight across, what's over here? Save point. And another vertical column. Might be in the same spot as that other vertical column. Oh no, it has a cap. Okay, and then straight across from here is Gorgons. And a vertical room. Oh, I think this is the one. Yeah, so we gotta go like monkey. Wrong one. There we go. Right. So yeah, this goes. So this is the like monkey, spider monkey. And that gets us back up to floor 1. But then I can't get, or we can now, get to the other side. So in here is another puzzle room with a key. And then seems to just go up forever. So now we can go down here. And what's in here? Ow. I hate you all. Okay. So we've got a room that goes this way. And then we've got a fountain room. And on the other side of the fountain room is this room. Yeah, show up again, you little shit. Okay, so we have a long hallway that takes us back to the first vertical column. Okay. Now I have a better idea of where we have and have not gone. So that's good. Drawing out the map has done its job. Okay, so now we go down this way. Are we in like sub-basement territory now? I think we are. So there's the boss room. Ow. Okay, I think that just connects this room that we saw before. Because if I go over here, there should be a save room. Perfect. And then this will take us over to the Gorgon room, and then the key room was there. Okay, so now the question is, where have we not been? Okay, so we have the fountain. We have the 2 keys. So the really weird thing is, as far as I can tell, like we've been through all the doorways that are accessible to us. I'm gonna move this off to the side just so I can see it easier. Well, fuck you too. Right, so we can't do that. Rather, there's nothing there. So I feel like this is a big one. But we can't get up this wall yet. Or no, I drew Roddy's spot and I drew Roddy in the wrong spot, but that's fine. Okay. Wait, did I? I think I did. Does that mean that I put something there that shouldn't be? This is 2nd floor. Damn it. Let's see if it comes back around. Shit! I fucked up. I'm gonna kill something. There we go. That was the wrong form. There we go. Okay. And then Roddy is over here. Yeah, so I drew Roddy's position in the wrong spot. So what's up here? Right. Okay, so we have a mystery door that we can't get at yet. Because if I try and get up there, I can get this far. And then I can't scale the wall. So that's an easy little fix. We just move this down. But it still doesn't really answer our question of where are we supposed to go now, given that it seems like we've been everywhere we have access to. You know what? I'm gonna be lazy. I want to try something. Well, that's much better than doing all these dumb puzzles. Just gotta have the mana for it. So yeah, we have this conundrum again. And there's nothing down here that we can do. That'll lead down to the boss room, but we don't have the key for it yet anyway. Save room. And then this doesn't go... This also only goes to the boss room. So it seems to me, the problem, such as it is that we have yet to find the wish charm that'll let us use the fountain. If we can get that, we're golden. Because that'll probably give us whatever power we need to traverse the rest of the dungeon. The trick is finding it. God damn it. Right, and then that gives us this, which we use that key to open this door. We can get up. Wait. Oh, and then this goes over to Roddy's room. It seems like whatever we need to do is gonna be getting back to the door in the first segment. Damn it! My impatience, my greed. Right, because I can't get up to that one. Oh my god. I forgot that she does like double damage. He almost killed me. I'm playing a very dangerous game right now. No. Oh! Oh, I fucked up. Okay, so this is not a key room. This is something else. This is a vertical column room. Which might actually connect out to the previous one. Let me fix that on our map. Okay. Yeah, I think we're stone blocked there. Okay, and then the key room is on the other side of that. Okay, so that goes right there. And then this, if we go down, where does this take us? A long fall to the second floor with the save room. Okay. So, yeah, I feel like the only door left is this one on the left side. But we need to figure out how to use it. I feel like that's dependent on the wish token that we haven't found yet. This is gonna go around this way. Yeah, I mean, it helps that I have the map now, and I can see what all is happening, but like at the same time, I can see, the difference is now I can actually see the circle, right? Okay, so this is interesting because there's also a door here. Shit! Oh, I'm a big fuckhead. So, like, I see that we're just going around in circles. I can see it very clearly. But I'm trying to figure out Okay, so yeah, there's... Oh, okay. Yeah, so we got the key from here. And then we used it to go through this door. Right, okay, that makes sense. Then we can go up here, which should take us to Roddy Top's room. And then this takes us to the fountain. Where am I supposed to get the charm? It's gotta be in that first vertical column door. Like, that's the only one that we haven't opened yet. You little shit. Thanks. But I don't see how to get there. Any ideas, chatters? Let's see. Levitate won't let me bypass it. I can't levitate through solid objects. I can't spider climb because there's no webbing. I can't monkey climb because of the stone. I can't get up here because of stone either. And this just lets me out again. It does kind of make me wonder why they bothered to, like, put a sign indicating Roddy at the beginning of the dungeon. Unless that's, like, part of the answer to the riddle? Do we have to go over to Roddy? Right, I could just use levitate to solve this. Ow. I'll take it. Bye! Oh, okay. No, there's nothing secret in her room. Nothing particularly above or below. make use of. No secret passageways. Ooh, very peculiar. There is another doorway up here. Now lead back to the key and the other exit. Out of curiosity, I want to try something. Then go up here, and I save that. Okay, so starting the dance eliminates whatever transformation I had saved, so I can't. I was wondering if I could like switch into monkey, bookmark it, change to spider, jump, and then switch to monkey, but no, it won't let me do that. How do I get into these chambers? The fact that they have a weird sort of like grippy texture with the red, I wonder if that's some kind of hint. Yeah, I'ma be real. I am befuddled. Wingnut. Yeah, if only I did, Shantae. If only I did. Unfortunately, I don't see any indication of a direction to go that we have not tried. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how that one even exploded. Right, and then that'll take us back to the fountain. But we've already been to the fountain. We don't have a wish charm to give to it. So either we're supposed to go somewhere else and bring the wish charm back once we have found it, or there's something that we're missing. This is key room. That, I don't get it. I don't get what we are doing wrong here. Is there a will-o-wisp in here somewhere? I have not noticed. Oh wait, well, no, that's a lantern. I think that's just them using the same asset repeat over and over. Yeah. I've not noticed a will-o-wisp in any of the rooms, but possible. This freaking room again. think the only thing that's a little peculiar, I don't feel like we needed these spider pads. I don't think that's it. Right, so let's not go to Roddy's room yet. Do that. And then we're back at the fountain. Shit! Ah! I'm gonna shit. I'm trying to be speedy about it, and I'm just fucking up. It's not working. Yeah, Roddy doesn't have anything in here. No. And then this takes us back to this first room. I don't get it. I don't get what we're missing. I mean, this is literally the only door we have not gone through. Well, there's two doors, but both of them have the same problem, that we can't actually reach them. Okay, what I'm thinking, there has to be something outside that we have not found that would grant it. Well, no, because we got the mermaid, right? We got the mermaid. I feel like that was that the power? Was that the transformation for this area? It feels like it was, but maybe there's something else? I'm confused. I wish I got it, but nothing is really, like, making itself clear. Okay. So this person confirmed that there is a wish coin in the dungeon. So I was able to figure out the part where you have to like switch back and forth between the monkey and the crab or the spider. Okay, hang on. Elevators that switch between monkey and spider grill. There's a spider web on the wall. Save room to the first vertical shaft. Go down past the crabs as far as you can. Yeah. Moving platforms, miter. Okay. So that doesn't really answer our questions. Okay. This is the abandoned prison, so we have to go... Okay, so we're at the third floor. Yes, I'm sorry, I'm watching a guide because I don't see what I'm not seeing. Okay, and then we went that way. I'm pretty sure I did this already. Yeah, that's to get to the key room. Oh my fucking god, are you- wait, really? I'm an idiot. Alright. Okay, we got it. I found it. Okay. It's one of those really annoying tiny details. It's like you have to be paying really close attention. Fuck you too, I guess. Okay, so we need to get up to the third floor. I think. Yes. which I think we can do here, yes. If I stop fucking up anyway. Okay. So I believe we need this room. Sorry, I want my mint leaf for this. Okay, and then we need to find a specific spot we need. Is it in here? It looked like it was. There! Wait, how do I get to that? I can't jump that high. Oh no, this is a different room. Where is this? Oh, is it farther along? Yes, okay, I think it's over here. But that little entryway, there you are. There's also that little spot over there. Okay. I'm gonna add to my map now. I'm a little annoyed. I'm a little annoyed that I've had to look up guides for this twice. And it's not like, oh, because the puzzles are so challenging or anything, it's just like, where they hid stuff is so frickin' obscure that it's just really hard to get at it. I know, I'm making excuses, but still. Oh, fuck you. Oh, can Monkey not? Okay, he can. Yeah, I don't know. It would feel better to solve the problem myself, you know? Oh, it's the wing nut. Or... oh, fuck you. This sure is one of the puzzles of all time. Hey, got it. Easy, first try. And there's the wish charm. Alright, we're back on track. Alright, let me add this to the map really quickly, just so I know what we're working with. I bet ya this is gonna be that little exit point that I noticed earlier. I was like, how do I get up there? Just mark that with a little W. Yep, there you go. Okay, so now we can go this way. I'm glad we took the time to make the map. It does make this a lot easier. Okay, so this is the way to Roddy's room. Oh, but we can't go this way because the frickin' wall bullshit. Alright, that's fine. We can just go this way. We have to go the long way round. But we'll get there. Fuck you, crabs. Yeah, so that way is blocked off, but is where we will ultimately need to go. Nice. Oh, right, okay. Okay, so then we're gonna go past this way. Ow. Ow. Get over here. Go with your shit. Fuck you, Jim! You little... Okay. One more time. Wrong side. I hate the spiders. I hate them so much. All right. Welcome, daughter of the genies. This powerful dance magic will help to guide your way. Oh, the harpy dance! I didn't think we were gonna get that in this one. Did it work? Oh! I forgot to turn Mix It Up back on. It wasn't working, so I went to restart it and I never restarted it. Hold, please. Well, I'm glad I was the one to try and fail. Use it to fly to unreachable places. While dancing, press A to transform. Okay. Now it's all making sense. Oh, and that makes the rest of the dungeon easier too, because we can just fly over all of those sections without having to use the levitation magic. It's all coming together. Sorry, I'm trying to hit the right buttons. Aww. Harpy. Oh, what the fuck? Interesting. I think we gotta flip all of them over. Okay, hang on. There we go. No, that's not what I said. There we go. A key. Alright, we're gonna add this to the map so I don't forget what's in this room. Okay, so then... Nice. Okay, so where else have we not gotten to? Oh, you know what? There are a couple of vertical areas like this. So now we can just go right back up. Rather than having to go all the way around. Oh, and it goes even higher. Holy shit. Of course there's a fourth floor. Hang on, I gotta move the map down now. Okay, so we go up. Is there a fifth floor? Hang on, let's go look. Before you take this door. Okay, no, it caps out at 4. At least over here it does. Oh, but I can't get down this way. Okay, so that still didn't give me the ability to go backwards through any of those things. Good landing. Okay, so I know there is a door or a room over here. I'm gonna mark that down, I just don't know where it goes. Okay, there was... Oh, right! Yes, there was the other door. This way. So we couldn't figure out where it was going. Or we couldn't get through it because it had the same sort of, like, blocker. Right there. Okay, let's get all of them together first, right? Oh, this one's gonna be interesting. Yeah. Oh, what it... Oh, what? Oh. So this one... needs to go through once, and then turn it on, and then that flips it. This needs to be off. Or no. It does need to flip once. This one needs to flip the one time. And then you need to flip once. And then comes right back. Okay, so now we have 2 keys. Got another key room over here. And then this also goes up to the 4th floor. Oh, with the squid! Dang it. Okay. So yeah, this column goes up to 4th floor. I'm guessing this is going to connect to the other room that we saw. Oh, we needed both of them for that. You cheeky dick waffle.
It's a zombie invasion!
Okay. So that's a room. That is squid in it. I would like to save my progress. Yes, we've made quite a bit of it. Oh, and there's the cogwheel. Wingnut, whatever. And now we just need to get out. Okay. Wait. God damn it. It's not even worth it. It's not worth it because I don't know what the squids are for yet. We have not seen anybody that wants them, anybody that collects them. I would go back for it if I actually knew that there was a use other than achievements. Oh, now I don't even need to levitate anymore. And just go this way. There we go. See, it was that one little thing, and once we got past that, the rest of the dungeon was very straightforward. Oh my gosh!
Oh, hello. Did you come to rescue the final relic hunter?
Yes! You better release him or else.
Okay. That's fine. I'll go get him. Let me polish off this cake first.
I'll polish your cake. I don't think she thought that one through. Want to know what they are for? Is it something in-game, or is it just achievements? I mean, it doesn't make sense that they would just be achievements because there were no achievements when they were making the game. But is there an in-game use? What the fuck? Ow. Nothing of you doing a single playthrough. Interesting. Okay, I think I actually need to break all these cakes. Like ball, help. Roddy, what? Oh! Thanks, babe. I think it's the same position every time. Oh, he's dead. All he ever wanted in life was cake.
That's a goddamn dinosaur. Oh, hello there.
Please don't eat me. My fat, it's all saturated.
Well, perhaps it's time to try that again. Oh, hello there.
Ah! You wouldn't be Dr. Cornelius Crust, would you?
Well, yes indeed. But please, call me Corny Crust, why don't you?
It is an all or nothing thing. I think we're gonna go with nothing.
Oh, my friends all call me that. They say it's an endearing nickname. Personally, I think they're full of mammal sap. Probably trying to pick a fight and so on. Anyway, what are you doing here? They didn't send you to interrogate me, did they? Because I'm very susceptible to torture. Followed by cross-examination by different parties. Huh? Oh, no! I'm here to rescue you. My Uncle Mimic needs your help, desperately. He's waiting for you back at his workshop. Oh, well, you don't say. I could never say no to your uncle. I'd better go check it out. Oh, interesting. But if his recklessness is the reason behind my capture, then I shall be very put out with your uncle. You see, I don't like to get involved. I like to stay at home and read books. Books about talking farm animals going on long voyages, or about robots discovering their humanity through verboten romance. This had better be good. I'm sure he'll be happy to see you. That's the final relic hunter rescued. Okay, well thank you for looking it up. I don't know, like, I'm happy to get it, to grab them when we see them, but yeah, I don't care that much about that. All of them and all the items. Yeah, I think we're gonna let that one go. Oh wait, I want to try something. Whee! Damn it. Hey Sky, I don't need a ride home anymore, but thanks. What if I just skip the entire level? Excuse me. So I think what this guy is supposed to be is the happy bearded old wizard. But the fact that his face is the same color as his beard and eyebrows just makes it look like a creepy mask. Alright, I think we're gonna talk to Uncle and then we're gonna save the finale for next time. Look at this crew! Oh, and they all have the same jacket. That's cute. Look at this band of chucklefucks. Shantae, you're back! Now that you've rescued Boris, Pepperpex, and Crust, we've been able to put our heads together and have formulated a plan to save Sequinland. But it probably won't work. Stupidest plan in history of stupid plans. So uncivilized. So, what's this plan of yours? These morons want to speed up the collapse of King's Pillar. What? But that's the only thing keeping Sequinland from falling into a sea of molten magma. Well, hold up. We don't want to break it. Just shake it up a little. We'll send a powerful tremor down the length of the shaft. It will trigger a colossal underground eruption, which in turn will force the sea of magma to rise. When the boiling magma reaches the much cooler surface, kaboom! Yeah, that doesn't sound better. 1 second.
We believe a small 1 GV fighter should be able to bypass Risky Boot's defenses and fire a photon torpedo on the exhaust port. A brand new foundation will be formed. Every subterranean gap will be filled instantaneously and violently. Did I mention the kaboom?
If it works, Sequinland will be even better than before.
But if it doesn't, you'll shatter the King's Pillar and we all die gargling lava. Which we will. Because you geezers don't even know how to pull this off.
Not true, you stupid little brat. I can construct a device to generate the shockwaves. All I lack is a tremor stone.
Oh, will you look at that?
As soon as we find one, I can get to work.
I'm on it.
If only I had a tremor stone. Oh, you found one. May I examine that?
No.
Please reconsider. The world is at stake. Where are you going?
I am covered in zombie guts and slime. I'm gonna take a bath. I'm going to be a mermaid in a bathtub. I am in my element. I am vibing. Blub, 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 blub. Well, hello, beautiful. Okay, I'm gonna save, and we will see the epic conclusion where we take down Risky Boots next time. Next time. Shouldn't be too long, but I want to make sure we give ample time to working on the art stuff. Okay. What are we doing? Yes, I am sure. Okay, so I think this is a good opportunity to take a break. I'm gonna grab my tea and stretch and such a little bit. Everyone should take an opportunity to do those human things. Use the bathroom, get something to eat, something to drink, do some stretchies, take a little moment, do some breathing, whatever you gotta do. We're gonna run some ads while we're doing all of that. So, yeah, I'll see y'all in just a few minutes. Let me get some music rolling for you in the meantime. Alright, I'll see y'all in just a little bit. Thank you, as always, for your patience. Bye!
Okay, here I come. Whoop! Hi. I am back. Sorry, I had to take a minute. I could not find my tablet pen. It had rolled under my desk. But I am here now. Alright. Let's... What are we doing? We gotta change the topic. That's gonna be a good step one. Boop. And then we're going to switch over to the... Alright, I moved it. There we go. Yeah, here we go. Alright, and then we can shut the game down. I'll show you guys, I'll leave it up here. So, this is the map that I drew out. It was a very carefully crafted map, as you can see. It worked, though. It did the job. Honestly, like, I would have been, I think, 3 times as frustrated if I had not done the map. Well, the straight lines are because I can do this, right? I can guide it out with 2 clicks holding the shift button. Photoshop is actually a lot better about that because you can just like hold shift and it will align the mouse or the spot to cardinal directions. Take my review of the Yeti insulated cup's ability to retain enough heat when I made the hot chocolate earlier to still burn my tongue. That's a ringing endorsement. The jug that I got, I guess you could call it a bottle, but it's like a 1-liter jug. It's a large metallic bottle. The one Maya got, or Maya sells in her merch. I don't know who the manufacturer is, but it's really good. Like, I make my tea in it. I steep my tea. I steep my tea on Saturdays an hour before the stream starts, and it will be hot by the end of the stream. Like, if I have tea left in the bottle, like 6-8 hours later, it will still be hot. It basically loses almost no temperature while it's in the bottle. Once I pour it out, it starts to lose heat pretty quickly, obviously, but that's fine. Alright, so where are we with all of this? So we got the 3/4 drawing done. Pretty well done. Indeed. It's space age technology. Isn't every technology made since like the 70s space age technology? Like, by definition. Back up a little bit, I'm too big. Alright. Yeah, basically the plan is to go in here and we're gonna do the same process, the same pass we did on this one. Technically true. The best kind of true. Okay, so there's a couple things I want to do here just as part of our setup. Most me thinking outside the cup being cool to the touch would be and have no problems. Yeah, I don't know, mate. Sounds like user error to me. Okay, so I want to take this. I don't want to use exactly the same one, but we're going to set up the group for later. I do want to redraw it effectively, just so that each one feels a bit different, right? But I'm just going to leave the group in there, and then
I think we have everything else except for the star layers. Again, I want to redraw these, so actually we can just go ahead and do that. Just so I know that I don't forget any elements, right? Just to double check my work. Got our player, so shadow, what did I set shadows to? 30% and then a 40% overlay, and then we have the subsurface, and then we have the highlights. Okay. Okay. I was very confused for a second. I was like, where the fuck is my shadows? Oh, because... Okay, now we're getting it. I forgot to set the blend mode. Why do you keep freezing up? Like, it'd be fine if it were auto-saving, but it's like doing it repeatedly. Go. And set these up. Excuse me. In the same way. I think I'm mostly recovered. I'm feeling a lot better, but there's still the last vestiges that need to get cleaned out of the system. You know how it goes. Joys of living on a organic planet. A while back, Kurzgesagt put out a video talking about how tattoos work, right? Like what the body sort of does in response to the injection of the ink to create the tattoo, and how it, you know, attains its permanence, right? It's effectively hijacking the immune system to hold the offending material, the ink, in place rather than allow it to spread harmfully throughout the body. Since the immune system can't, you know, the white blood cells like to take the offending object. They
white blood cells like to, surround the bacteria, the virus, whatever it is, and eat it. And then will sacrifice themselves by flushing out of the system, right? If they can't do that, they will just try and effectively quarantine it in place so that it can't spread to other parts of the body. But that basically just means that the ink gets locked in place by your own system. So what modern tattoo removal does instead, like, it's not trying to pull the ink out of your system. It just needs to break it down to a point where the immune system can actually successfully remove it. So what they have figured out how to do is shine lasers of various frequencies, right? So that different colors of ink respond appropriately without, doing too much damage to the surrounding tissue. It's going to, but, it tries to avoid directly lasering the cells themselves as much as possible. The ink itself absorbs the energy from the laser, superheats, and explodes. And effectively they just keep doing that until the ink bits fragment enough that the white blood cells can eat them and wash them out. I'm just like, this shit is metal. What the fuck are we doing? Like, what if we just orbitally bombard your skin with lasers? Yeah, I suppose it's a plan, right? I don't know if I would call it a good plan, but it's a plan. I guess it works well enough. I did do that right. Okay, good. I don't know. It's wild to me how much of medicine and just sort of like procedures on the body are not, they're just kind of hijacking stuff that the body is going to do anyway. Or just like setting it up for the body to do the desired outcome. It's like, haven't really figured out procedures that do the work better than the natural functions are capable of doing. It's just sort of setting it up to do the desired outcome. Okay, let me just double check my blend modes here, make sure I didn't fuck anything up. Okay, so yeah, soften that up a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. Space lasers. Space lasers are interesting. Space Doc has put a bunch of videos out sort of looking at different like types of ordnance in space, because shit doesn't work in space the same way as it works in an atmosphere. It's very strange. sci-fi tends not to concern itself too much. Exactly. The vaccine is not batting anything itself. It's just it's a dress rehearsal. There we go. I started playing a bit of Warframe again. Because they recently released a new update, which seems quite interesting. Apparently it's a very large update. Like, it's a major story event, sort of on par with the new war. So I wanted to get to that, but I have a bunch of story quests to catch up with. I don't know. It's the story of Warframe to me is very interesting. It's always just a challenge. What's the right word? I always struggle a little bit with the delivery, just because, I don't know, I find it to be a little scattered, a little all over the place. I think it doesn't help me that, so like, there was one quest called Angels of the Zariman, and I did the story sequence that, unlocks the area and introduces you to a bunch of the characters. And it sort of reaches a conclusion point. But I got there and I was like, okay, so what was all of that, right? What did we do? What did we accomplish? And I think especially sort of completing the last one I did, I realized, like, oh, the story stuff in the quest itself is not the entire story. That's like maybe chapters 1 through 3. That introduces you to everything and it sets it up, and sort of not the entire narrative, but the rest of the story that they're trying to tell in that content drop is told in the progression of grinding reputation with the faction that they've introduced. Right? So you run a bunch of missions, you get more story with the characters, you get further development, and like, I don't hate that on principle, right? I think it's fine to give a sense of like, oh yeah, you have to spend more time and actually, do the work with these characters. But there's two problems with it. One, it's a grind. Warframe is a very grindy game. And yeah, the gameplay itself is fun. So it is not, the greatest offender. But running the same mission a dozen times in a row is not fun, right? I was looking into how to get the Warframe Jade. And it's like, okay, you gotta run this mission and there's a chance that it will drop her blueprints directly, or it will give you essentially pity tokens that after enough runs you can turn in the pity tokens and get her automatically. 1 second, I need some tea. So, I don't think it's terrible, but it's frustrating to have to play that much of the same content over and over again to get the entirety of the story, right? And especially in situations like this, where I'm sort of trying to catch up to get to the current narrative progress, it's really annoying to sort of be like, okay, well, I got the general overview of the story. But if I wanted to sort of understand everything that's going on, I'm going to need to sit here and play a lot more of the game and just grind on these missions, grind the reputation until I max that out. And then I can progress to the next story segment. It's like, I don't know that I want to, but then I know I'm gonna miss story stuff. Neither of those is really a great option, you know? Okay, I think that's everything. I did grab Iris, gem. Hang on, the paint over stuff. Okay, so I did sort of come in with this. I don't know. Story delivery in games has always been a very interesting conundrum. It seems like developers always struggle with how do we give the players the information that we want them to have without completely arresting control from them. Right? We want them to have agency in the game. We want them to feel in control, but then there's also times where we just need to, like, tell them things. How do we do both of those? How do we deliver the information at the pace that we want? Yeah. Warframe's problem in my mind is just that it's too grindy. I don't want it to... It's weird to say I don't want it to take as long as it does, but that is kind of the problem in my mind. It's just that I feel like I'm sitting there forever trying to sort of get through the content. Just not an amazing feeling. Okay, I think that's everything. And if not, we can always come back and always revisit. One thing I want to double check. Are we getting this really brilliant color? On the gem. Okay. There we go. Okay, that will work. Alright, let's go ahead and save all of this. And try and turn some of this back on just so that we have our good reference level, referencing. There we go. I think we can go ahead and start painting from there. So, where I want to start with this one because I know it is incorrect. We're gonna just jump straight into our revisions. Is the shape of the eye is not working. Essentially, we need eyelid starting to come out, and I kind of like this feeling of it like wrapping a bit more vertically, right? But essentially we need more of like a separation. We don't want sort of the 3/4 or the forward shape to just be reflected onto the side. I think sort of in a similar fashion. You're gonna want to shorten the eye a bit on the side just so that it feels a little less elongated and incorrect. I watched the latest episode of Mighty Nine. I quite liked it. One of the things that it reminded me of, without going into any spoilers or specifics, is one of the advantages that they have in revising the show now, and in hindsight, I think they did this with Vox Machina as well, is Wildmount has been much more fleshed out since they originally ran the tabletop campaign. You know, they have much more information about the world and its history and historical figures and events that occurred. And so, you know, they're able to sort of go back and tie ideas in that make sense now, but they wouldn't have known about them to include them in the original campaign. Which is a cool little opportunity to do some fun revisions in a constructive way. I quite enjoy it. Because I hate how much it works when they include like something about the calamity. I'm like, oh, it's the thing from the thought. It shouldn't hit me as hard as it does, but it do. I can't help myself. Outline on this is very heavy. I'm gonna need to make some adjustments there. There we go. We'll pull a little bit of this. Excuse me. Yeah, I have wanted to play more Star Citizen, but I'm kind of in a holding pattern until the next patch drops. There's nothing that I'm like really gunning for right now. I think engineering is going to be a pretty big deal when it does ultimately drop, so I'm kind of just waiting to see what happens there, how all that shakes out. I don't know. I guess I'm kind of just playing other games in the meantime. Not to mention I gotta get all the end of the year stuff ready. Travel plans and all that. Let's take you. I know where I'm gonna want to put you eventually. There we go. You know, I was showing the kobold that we made for the D&D character design, Gallic? I forgot to mention something that, in my opinion, is kind of important when you're, sort of pulling from cultural inspirations, pulling from history or different places. I think it is important when you are doing that to use it as inspiration, to draw the information, draw the look, draw the feel, etc., but not stick rigidly to it. Because I think when you do that, you're not using that information as a point of reference or as a jumping off point. You're effectively situating your character in that culture, right? And I think that opens you up to a lot of scrutiny for things that you get inaccurate. Right? Whereas if it's your starting point, right, you find visual language that is interesting, styles of dress that are interesting, and sort of pull that in and then shape it to your needs and designs. You still want to be appropriate where possible, but you're not beholden to the accuracy. You have a lot more freedom to play around and find stuff that works for what you need, and if you get stuff that is not 100% historically or culturally accurate, it's like, well, understood, but that's also not the focus here. Whereas, for something like Assassin's Creed or the original Call of Duty games, there was a lot more, room for being scrutinized for getting stuff wrong, because they were trying to create very specific moments of history as they happened. Yeah, I just wanted to add that little addendum. There we go. Am I on the wrong? I am on the wrong layer. Classic.
sort of in line with our earlier corrections to the shape of the eye on the outside. We want to sort of increase the lensing perspective on the inside here as well. If we go back to the sky, I think we get a good point of reference to aim for. There we go. Something about the shape of the face is still not 100%. It's not bad, it's just it's a little bit off. Let me check really quickly, see if I can find some reference that might help us out. I feel like a lot of it is coming down to the nose. Or like the shape of the nose combined with the size of the face. Let's try flipping it and see how that feels. I think that's a bit better. We can sort of shape the eye socket a little bit more. Okay, good. I'm gonna hide the eyebrow for a minute because I think the top of the eyelid is a bit too big, too far. better. It still feels a little off, but it's better. Yeah, I think it's working. I don't know. Bringing the eyebrows back will probably help. I don't know. Faces always look kind of strange to me when they don't have eyebrows. What are we missing still? No, I think that's sitting okay for right now. And then we can just sort of continue to clean up the rest of the side profile of the head and hair. That's too loud. There we go.
Hey, Tanetic. Happy Saturday. I hope you're having a good weekend. I'm just trying to get this one up and going, hitting the same sort of quality bar that we got with the first drawing. Well, we're always happy to have you. But it's understandable sometimes you just need to unplug a little bit. Take a little time so that when you do step back out into the jungle, you feel ready to take it on. It's getting unhealthy. Well, then maybe it is time to reintegrate. To re-engage, as you say. The art has been going pretty well. We were able to get the gin drawing was off stream, but we did the D&D design stuff. I think that cleaned up pretty well. I was happy with the design that we put together, and now we've got this little project that was going to be one drawing, and is now 3 drawings. So we're speed running to get them all done by the end of the year. It's going well. I'm still a little bit out of it from the cold this week. I'm not yapping nearly as much, but it's probably for the best. Oh, thank you for the head pats. It's true. It is the season. I feel like everyone I'm talking to is either getting sick themselves or knows someone who is sick. Howdy, listen. Happy Saturday. Welcome in. You're having a good weekend. You haven't gotten sick with more frequent headaches. Hopefully not too bad, at least. Headaches suck. I feel like I get stress headaches from work. I don't know. I always feel bad just because I see other people dealing with work that is so much worse. It's like, I get that my position is not bad, but I still get frustrated. 1 second. Damn it, I just want to punch myself in the throat. Stupid throat! Okay, that is looking better. That is getting there. Not 100%, but definitely improvements. Oh, so I do want to put out a little PSA. This has been going around, but if you have not heard, I don't know how much you guys use chatbots in general. I'm not here to judge it. Apparently, one thing that has been cropping up is malicious websites will essentially put little like hidden text on their web pages that the AI in doing their search queries will pick up on it, right? They'll see it and it will sort of flag that like, oh, this is a helpful source to answer the question that my user has put forth to me. And they will go in and start going through the page, and it will inject malicious code that basically tells the chatbot to dox you and send a bunch of info. So again, I don't know how much any of you are chatbot users, but just something to be aware of, that there are, as always, people using the systems exploitatively. Now, myself, I never touch this stuff, but I know a lot of people do. I don't use bots so far, but it sounds like there's no way for us to predict against it. No, I don't know that there is a way. I feel like to some degree, and this is going to be kind of a weird analogy, but I feel like it is sort of a similar problem, not the same problem, but a similar problem to how people are generally more afraid to fly than they are to drive. Right? Because people fall for click-through website, links and emails, phishing attempts and such all the time, right? Like that is a constant issue that people have to deal with. But it feels different to when you are the one responsible for it, right? Like you're the one that clicked on the link and got phished, as opposed to, oh yeah, I was just using the system as I was told it is okay to use, but the system was flawed, and so I am being punished for something that is not my fault. I feel like the only real sort of difference... See, I feel like people have forgotten the process of being safe on the internet. I feel like there was a period of time, like there was a generation where it was like becoming clear how big of a deal the internet was going to be. And people were like, okay, you're gonna go online, you need to be careful, right? Don't give personal information. Don't show photos or videos, like making it clear where you live. Put a measure of protection between your real life and your online life. And I feel like as time has gone on, we don't teach that as much anymore. So I feel like older people kind of never trained in it as much as they should have, and younger people were never taught it. This weird sort of like miss on both sides. I have so many passwords I have to keep them written down, but then you have the thing written down, so if somebody finds that, like, I feel like the only way that works is to physically write it down, like in a journal, and then lock the journal in a physical safe, because if it's a data file, that can be bypassed. So, I don't know, like, yes, there are absolutely other ways that people get doxxed, get scammed, get suspicious activity. But, I don't know, it's always just like, one of the things, better system than passwords, it is a weird methodology. I feel like we still use it because they kind of work better than anything else we've come up with. And they kind of, I mean, we've figured out like biometric scans and everything, but then you get into concerns about privacy. Of like, oh yes, we need to take a picture of your face and your eyes and your fingerprints.
Don't worry, we won't use it maliciously. So bad news, our server got compromised. There might be a homunculus of you running around.
See, the problem, Deus Ex did a really good job with this, of like, the technology itself is not inherently bad, right? Like, yes, having a little personal identification marker doesn't sound like a bad idea. But who's running that system, right? Is it a company with a vested interest in your well-being or a vested interest in quarterly profits? Is it a government that can actually be held to account? Pros always come with cons. It's true. It's true. And there, as you're saying, there is no perfect system. There will always be people that are trying to exploit it. But I don't know. I certainly don't have a solution on like what would be the best way to go forward with it. One of the discords I was in, we were just talking about, so you know AirTags? It's a lovely little piece of technology, it's right? Like, god damn it, I can never remember where I put my phone, or where I put my keys, or where I put my wallet, you know? It's just the fucking pocket check, the idiot check. You always gotta look for it, and then you spend 15 minutes tossing up everything because you can't find it, and then it was in your other pants. Or some dumb shit like that, or you left it, you know, on the coffee table or by the door. There was a debate in the UK about digital IDs that got shut down, and one of the reasons the government admitted they do not have the means to make sure data is secure. They don't. They absolutely don't. And I mean, that whole thing was a big, dumb fucking nightmare, but I'm glad they were at least somewhat honest about, it's like, yeah, actually, we can't enforce this. So, and this is actually another little PSA, because I'm gonna toot my own horn a little bit and say I feel like a good person for not having ever thought of this. Apparently, what has been happening in a number of instances is at conventions, people will attach AirTags to stuff that they sell, or just like slip them into people's bags and use it as a consumer grade tracking device. And it's just like, what the fuck? So, I don't know, I guess if you're going to a con, before you go back home or back to your hotel, check your bag to see if anything not just has been taken out, but if anything has been put in, which is like, what the fuck are we dealing with? But again, there are just assholes that are going to exploit systems even when they are made with good intentions. Well, they hit a wall because they were the lead horse in the digital ID age around the world recently. Yeah, and I don't know. I realize we're getting into political topics here, but what I will just sort of say to close it out is sort of on a similar vein. I don't think you are going to develop any sort of system because the argument is always protecting the children, right? Which is an understandable desire. But you're never going to make a system that effectively does that without screwing over everybody else. The only thing that you can effectively do is educate the children and have their caretakers be actively involved in their well-being. Right? There is not going to be some sort of government system that is going to be able to monitor and oversee the entire process. It has to be handled, in my view, on a personal and communal level. Again, you need to teach kids about online safety. And I don't know how much that is being taught anymore. It's like when I was a wee little pebble, you know, we had computer classes because, again, it was becoming very evident how much computers were going to be a thing in people's lives, in day-to-day activity. And so it's like, shit, we gotta teach these little ones how to use these newfangled desktops, because that's going to be something that they will need to know. And I don't think they bother to teach it because kids pop into the world and are given an iPad within 72 hours, right? They make tablets for children. They make tablets designed for children with shell designs that are pleasing to children. And it's like, don't do this. But as a result, the kids aren't necessarily computer literate. They just use them a lot. Right? They don't know how they work, they just know how to hit the buttons. I think Australia just passed age restriction on social media. At best, I'm gonna call that well-intentioned. It's gonna get bypassed. Like, instantly. I don't necessarily disagree with it. I don't think I never made a MySpace account. I didn't make a Facebook until I was almost out of high school. And I had done an overseas trip and wanted to keep in touch with the people from the group. And Facebook was the easiest way to do that. So I made a Facebook for that. I did a little bit on it. I never really used it prolifically. I think I had 1 or 2 chat groups I was in regularly, and that was it. Right. Well, I think that's true for a lot of things, right? Especially, so there was a really good bit of advice Was it cinema therapy? I think it was cinema therapy that was saying if kids are old enough to ask about something, they're old enough for an explanation, right? There might be some stuff that's like, we'll get into particular aspects of this when you're older. But there is a level of like, okay, we need to actually talk about something. We need to actually give you information that will answer your question. If you just try and dismiss it or brush it off or tell them they're not old enough, they're not ready, they will go look for the information somewhere else. And you might not like the information that they find. That was beautiful. That was cinema. I love that. That was so good. And of course, it's one of those things of like, you don't have a person verifying everyone, because how would you verify like tens of millions of photos by hand, right? So there's some bot doing it, some AI doing it, and it can't tell. It can't effectively recognize like, oh, you took a screenshot from a video game. Because they're stupid. So I think, again, like if you wanted to explain to minors, to people under the age target of that law, like, here are the reasons that we don't want you on social media, right? Have a conversation with them and say like, okay, we could see it being acceptable to have a social media account even though you're only 15, but here are the concerns that we have, and here are the things that we would say we would want to see on your part in exchange for having a social media account, right? Treat them like adults. Treat them like intelligent, autonomous people. And make a deal with them. And if they break that deal, then it's like, okay, these were the terms, you violated the terms, you don't get to have an account anymore. But if there's one thing you do to piss off a teenager and make them do one thing, it's tell them they can't do it. I don't know. It's very complicated, right? I feel like that's a big aspect of all of this, is just that it is so complicated. People just want something that will solve the problem. But there isn't. There's nothing that's just gonna do that. At last, the hot chocolate quest can be completed. You should write that review on their website of like, I made hot chocolate in this cup. I had to wait over 45 minutes for it to be drinkable. Thanks, Yeti. 4 out of 5 stars. I got some shirts from Yeti at the last GDQ. Very comfy. Very good shirt. Not a huge fan of the color. I wish it had come in other colors, but it was Final Fantasy 9, so I got a double XL so I could wear it like a tint. I've been thinking a bit about merch stuff. I think it would be fun. I think it's just very complicated. It's complicated and there's goals you gotta hit, you know? Yeah, if you can find a good partner, like I think the folks that have gotten to work with Kitsune Corners have always been very satisfied with it because, yeah, they do a lot of the heavy lifting on the order management and making stuff. Yeah, and I've done stickers in the past. I've printed a few myself. I've ordered from companies that'll do the sticker creation. And like, yes, it's doable, but when I have done it, I don't think I've ever made a profit. I don't think I've ever sold enough stickers to offset the cost of the order itself. And then of course if you want to get into anything bigger than that, it's like, oh good lord, help you. Oh, they are a trooper. I applaud them. I don't think that could be me. You know what? I'm just gonna do the bow on a separate layer again. I think we were able to get it positioned a lot better when we did that. And I'm just gonna go that route. I swear, someone is just going absolutely insane with their car horn out there. And I'm just like, whatever you're trying to accomplish, it's not working. You know. Yeah, it's okay. I might be mishearing something. Some asshole honked at me in the parking lot earlier today because I was sitting at an intersection trying to like not run over anybody or get hit by an oncoming car. And they honked at me. I'm like, fuck you. I'm sorry that this is taking longer than you would like, but I don't want to kill anyone. Because I think this is the reason it stopped was their machine started dying. Yeah, that'll do it. You know, some people do enjoy it. Well, enjoy might be a little bit strong of a word, but they do find handling the process themselves. And you know what? I applaud them. I salute them. That's very cool. I think you guys have noticed by now, how well I handle all of those additional tasks and responsibilities. I can make the designs for stuff. Actually turning that into product and getting it shipped out and everything? No. Not so much. There we go. Alright, it is coming along. It is coming along, which is cool. Leaving yourself to its own issues because you usually have to do a return address. Yeah, and a lot of times for that, as you say, you want to get like a PO box or something, and now you gotta pay for the PO box. So you're sinking more money into the operation of it. Like, there are services that will do a lot of like the shipping and storefronting and whatnot, so you don't have to set up a website or anything. And that's good, right? That's nice. But it does mean you also don't make as much money. Yeah, I have said enough about my general area. I think you guys can approximate some amount of where I am. But yeah, the exact location, or even like the city, hopefully not. Again, is that online protection stuff. I can confirm I am located on Earth. Long-time Earth resident. Not a bad place. Would like to stick around. The red's a little bullshit, though. Rent is a lot better on Venus. Demand is way down. You don't have to pay for heating, which is nice, but the weather, not great. Not a huge fan of the climate. I'm gonna need to redo this arm a little bit. Not terribly, it's a little weird. There we go. I didn't really, draw this in any meaningful way. 1 second. Alright. Okay. I think another layer. Let's just make a clean layer. We'll do it live. There we go. Okay, that's a much better shape. I like that overall. I'm gonna... Actually, no. No, this position on that's good. I'm just gonna make it a little bit more head-on. Good. Good. Good, good. Okay. I'm gonna clean up a little bit of the stuff behind it, but I think we've got something good to work with there. Should have done the other side first. There we go. You know, it is kind of interesting to me that we make these usernames, right? On games, on Discord, social media, whatever. They almost sort of become our second names, or the names that we choose for ourselves. Right? We end up having a lot of interactions with people. In some ways, in some instances, more interactions using those names than we do with our given names. I don't know. It's a fascinating little bit of culture. You know, I've had multiple meetups with online groups, online friends, where we would meet in real life, and there's a little bit of like a hesitation of what do we call each other, right? Now that we're face to face, do we go with our given names, or do we just keep using our usernames because that's how we've referred to each other this entire time? And it'll kind of go back and forth. Because we don't choose our given names, who are we really? Oh, now we're getting into the existential hour, I guess. Well, and some people do that, right? They legally change their name to something that they prefer, or something that feels more correct to them. It's almost like clicker training. I act like someone calls my actual name whenever you hear me. Yeah, and God, I suppose if I went back to Japan, that would happen to me a lot more. But I will definitely have, like, if I hear something related to one of my usernames, I'll still kind of like perk up like I heard someone call my name. I don't know. I think in a good instance, in a good situation, I feel like a lot of times parents are... This is gonna sound kind of weird or superstitious, but I feel like a lot of times parents are trying to invoke something when they give a child a name, right? They'll name their child for a friend or a family member or someone that they respect, or, you know, in part, you know, something that evokes a particular feeling. You know, they're trying to sort of give the child something in the choice of name that they bestow them with. And sometimes the name fits well, and sometimes it doesn't. And sometimes the parent is insane and you get some weird random string of letters, mostly letters, and you're like... At that point, I feel like the doctor should intervene and be like, why don't we redo this birth certificate? Why don't we do a take two on this one? If I ever see a child named 6'7", I will slap the parent. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good example. First name 6, middle name 7. Doctor's just like, listen, your child will get the shit bullied out of them at school. You have to change it. I'm not letting you leave this hospital without changing it. It is my moral obligation. I took an oath. For a small fee, we will let you change your username. I've never understood why that required a fee. It just seemed like a way that they could milk more money out of the user. But whatever. Yeah. I wanna slim down the back of the arm a little bit here. I feel like the sleeve just got a bit too big. Good. I think it's coming along. Okay, give me 1 second. I gotta look up a thing because my roommate and I weren't sure about what this is going to be. So, the last game that they showed at the Game Awards is okay, hero shooter, PvP multiplayer. So they showed off a game called High Guard, which is being developed by Wildlight Entertainment. It's gonna come out next month. It is a PvP hero shooter, and is being made by a studio of former Respawn developers. And it was not clear what exactly the game is, gameplay wise. Okay, so hero shooter formula, but opts for objective-based raid shooter as opposed to kill or be killed battle royale. Ride, fight, and raid as warnings. Arcane gunslingers sent to fight for control of a mythical continent. Battle rival crews for possession of the shield breaker, and break into and destroy the enemy base to secure territory. Interesting. So it's like a PvE raid, but you're competing with other teams to do the raid? Huh. We'll see what comes of it. I don't know. I saw it and my whole sort of reaction was, man, I really didn't expect to get Concord 2 this quickly. Concord 2.0, I should clarify. It just... It's like a brand new studio with a pedigree of veterans from an established shooter studio making a hero shooter. Have we been here before? I feel like we've been here before. I don't know. If it manages to set itself apart and, you know, be a fun, engaging game, then good for them. I am not going to hold my breath. It's because I feel like nothing has really, like, established itself as being that genuinely unique about it, but I don't know. Maybe they'll do something. Maybe they'll come up with something cool. You'll just have to wait and see. Admittedly, we will not have to wait long. They have managed to keep its development hidden the entire time, and now it comes out in a month and a half. It's like, shit, okay. Good job on that front, at least. It really is. I have to wonder what kind of biblical levels of retaliation were threatened in the NDA. There we go. I don't know, like I was saying, I feel like just because of where the really successful games are coming from, the fact that those teams don't really have marketing budgets to speak of, you know, to do the pre-release hype cycles, I feel like we don't know what the big exciting titles for 2026 are really going to be, right? We have stuff that's coming out, but is it gonna, do we know about the how many games are getting ready to be released next year that we just have never heard about because, you know, it's a crew of like 7 people and they don't have the money to do a media blitz right before release. It's kind of exciting in a way. It's like, oh, there could be a bunch of really cool shit that we're not gonna know is gonna happen until it's happening.
Oh god, I haven't started on the hands at all. Fuck me. I just zoom back and see, I'm like, ah, shit, dude. We might leave that for Tuesday. I think that's gonna be a Tuesday deal. Thank you for the hair piece. Yes, it's alright. We'll get to him. It's not a big deal. We've had a lot of opportunities to practice hands this year, which I think has been really helpful. What is going on here? Just knock that clear a little bit so we have a better view of what we're working with. I do think the hair should probably overlap the eye at least a little bit. It looks about alright where it is. I think this would probably overlap a bit more. I think I linked it on Discord. Josh Drive Hayes put out a wonderful video just
lambasting all of the most popular MMOs. It was very well executed. I don't know. I love MMOs. I haven't played as many as apparently some people have managed to, but I have a good few of them under my belt. I don't know, there's something fun about just getting involved and feeling like you're existing in a world, not just sort of playing through it. I enjoy that aspect of it. Frankly, I think that was one of the things that really frustrated me about Old Republic, is I never felt like I was getting to sort of play the game that I wanted to. I was just sort of going through the experience that they had curated. I didn't like that as much. It had moments of being interesting, and I thought like at least the prologue for the Trooper storyline was quite good. Well, it ended quite well. A lot of it was kind of but set up for interesting stuff. But I just wasn't that interested in continuing to play the game. And I think I've said this before, but I have never played another MMO where by the time I was finished with the zone, I just wanted to take off. I wanted to get my ship and leave and travel to the future and figure out a way to bring the Death Star back to the Old Republic era and just destroy the entire planet so I would never have to revisit it again. Just every single planet overstayed its welcome. It was kind of impressive. And like, this is coming from I played Guild Wars 2. I would get all the vistas and complete all the events in every, not every area, like I didn't get the 100% achievement on any one character. I did effectively 100% the entire like starting world back, before Heart of Thorns. But it was across multiple characters, so I never got the credit for it. But I enjoyed those areas mostly. I thought they were cool, mostly. I was actually interested in following through on the storylines and exploring the areas and seeing the vistas and everything. I thought that was very satisfying. Whereas, I don't know, just Old Republic could not nail it. So, I want to bring up something sort of on the subject of sci-fi games and whatnot. As I was telling my roommate about, some of the recent stuff that Star Citizen's doing, and the thing that they kind of got hung up on is Star Citizen was pitched as a spaceship game. And their sort of question was, where is the spaceship game? And I don't know. I I think part of the problem that a lot of space games run into, that Star Citizen run into, Elite has run into, is what do you do in a space game? Right? Part of the notorious, like, space is notoriously empty. Right? It's in the name that you don't, there's nothing in space, right? You are traveling between points of interest, be them planets, asteroids, moons, comets, etc. So, I guess the thing that I would sort of struggle to answer with that is, like, okay, so you want a spaceship game, what is the spaceship game doing, right? Part of what I put together at the time is, you know, they have to, like, they have built the plan and are building out the game to include all of the stuff so that you're not just, like, your character is not a ship, right? Your character is a person on a ship doing things and piloting the ship. And so, to build out the spaceship game, they have to build out the first-person game as well. And yeah, you could say, like, well, animal AI is not important to the ship gameplay, but I think it kind of comes back to the same thing of what are you doing with your spaceship? You know, if you're flying around the planets, like in Elite barely has any life forms of any kind, right? Because the only planets that we're able to visit are airless or tenuous atmospheric planets and moons. So there isn't really an environment where life can sustain itself. You know, the best that you get are these sort of mollusk-like structures that are sort of forcing, you know, they've built up enough defensive structure that they can handle the harsh environments of living effectively without an atmosphere. You get little bacterial colonies and whatnot. But if you were to go to a planet with a stable atmosphere, that has had one for a very long time, and you walk around and there's no animals, no creatures of any kind, that would be weird. You get that sometimes in No Man's Sky. You know, you'll go to a world and for whatever reason the world is effectively dead. There's like there's little to no life anywhere on it, and it's haunting. You step out of your ship and it's just quiet. There's nothing but the wind, and you're just like, I don't like it here. that coming from? I feel like the top of the hair. It's much brighter. It's much bluer. I don't know if that was just sort of worked in manually or if there's some blend layer that I missed. Probably flip it back. I think it's been long enough. You know, we were talking the other day about Windows being a piece of shit, and you know, the potential for Linux to gain more popularity as Microsoft continues to make Windows a less and less appealing platform for regular users. And I have to wonder, like, I don't think it's gonna be the deciding factor, but if I'm not mistaken, much like the Steam Deck, the GameCube, I believe is planned to run SteamOS, which is a version of Linux. And I kind of wonder if there's going to be some contingent of users that try SteamOS, you know, they get the GameCube and they try SteamOS and they're like, you know, I kind of like this, like, a lot more than Windows 11. Like, I don't think it's gonna, you know, be the thing that puts Linux over the top, but, you know, it's never the one thing that does it. It's always a little bit of adoption here, a little bit of adoption there, a few more advocates, a few more, you know, people that sort of pick it up and run with it and build stuff for it. I think the one thing that Linux might really have, ironically, working against it is there is no singular version of Linux, right? There's no Linux OS. It's like, yeah, this is what everyone uses. There are many different versions of Linux, and you know, SteamOS is one of them. I can't even think of all the various names, but you know, the increased adoption and enjoyment of SteamOS isn't necessarily going to mean that all the other Linux boats are going to get lifted with that tide, right? It feels to me that Microsoft has created so much negativity. Oh, they absolutely are. I think no small number of people are moving over to Mac, depending on their needs. And I don't know, like, practically, there is nothing that keeps me on Windows, right? Aside from the software that I want to use. If I could set up a version of Linux that I can run all of my art and creative software, and I could do Unreal development, and I can play all my games and use my internet browsers, right? If I could just set up a mirror image, effectively, of my Windows environment and its software, there's nothing that actually keeps me on Windows. For me, a lot of it is much of the software that I want to use, like Clip Studio Paint, does not have Linux support. I don't know if DaVinci Resolve does. I know Unreal you can develop for Linux. I don't know what the... Damn it, hang on. Sorry. So gross. I don't know what all the engines, the dev side, has for Linux support. A lot of games that release on Steam do have Linux to some degree, but not all of them. Certainly older games probably would not, but that's kind of a problem on its own. I think Star Citizen does. I don't know, actually. I would need to look into that. Yeah, if the support is there, if I can get to a point where it's like, yeah, I can just move everything over to a Linux environment and just keep on trucking. I don't really have a reason to continue to use Windows at that point. It's certainly not out of love of the OS. And frankly, I'm not like going around to forums or anything, but I have not heard anyone really come out in defense of Windows 11 and say that they are, you know, they enjoy it or they're a fan of it. I feel like the most that I have heard is one of my coworkers sort of pushing back against the general disdain for it and saying, like, at least in terms of the user interface, it's not that bad. Though I have never heard him, you know, sort of speak in defense of the various feature integrations and whatnot. Baffles me how Windows can listen so well to what people want and go immediately tone deaf around 11. It is the AI cult. I think a lot of it is this. It goes even beyond self-assurance. The AI is the future and needs to be in everything. Because Microsoft has a massive financial investment in it, right? They need to prove that the billions of dollars that they have put into it is going to pay off. You know, frankly, I don't think a lot of I think AI, I'm being maybe a little bit paranoid here, I think AI is a huge factor in everything that is going wrong with 11, right? Because there's the feature bloat. Well, so there's two things. One, AI. Two, squeezing the stone for every drop of profit that you can manage, right? Because there's some stuff of just like, as someone was pointing out, you used to just get Microsoft Office, right? You got Windows, you get Office. You had Word, you had Excel, etc. And now you have to pay for it. Now you have to sign up with an annual subscription. It's like, no, I don't. So there's definitely stuff like that. But then, you know, there's the feature bloat, the account integration, the online requirements. And I think just a lot of the general shitty performance around 11 comes from the way that they are building it. You know, building it to forcefully integrate certain features and systems. And probably on the back end, building it with AI doing, or, you know, being involved in a lot of the development process. And it's probably introducing a lot of issues that they're having to combat. But, you know, then they can't sort of come out and be like, you know what, you're right, this isn't working. We're gonna pare it back, we're gonna rework it, we're gonna make a new version and it's gonna be better. Because that would be admitting that the AI didn't work. And they can't do that. I really want to stop calling it AI. Like, it's not just a, oh yeah, so intelligence, like, it's not, it doesn't strike me as an intelligent system. Not in the sense of like, oh, it's so dumb, but like, I don't see it behaving in a way that denotes intelligence. Oh, I fuss and try your words again, Kaiga. I fuss and fret so much about AI. I don't like talking about it as often as we do, but it just keeps coming around because it refuses to go away. I never thought I would consider any other OS, but the more Windows does, the more I consider looking into Linux. I'm right there with you. I am absolutely, like, considering the viability of Linux as an alternative. I think I'm still shackled down by some of the software that I use. Frankly, I don't think Linux is that big of a thing in Japan. I get the feeling that where I feel like, you know, stuff like Clip Studio Paint and Live 2D I don't think they have Linux support, and I think a lot of that just comes down to Japanese developers not really thinking that much about Linux or, you know, acknowledging its existence in the same way that Western devs do. But I should double check, because maybe more recent versions have picked that up. You can just disable the AI features, but I shouldn't have to. That is a big thing. Yeah, all the stuff that they are introducing should absolutely be opt-in. There should be no telling it that you don't want to do X or Y. The point's gonna come where they just decide, well, this is a feature that everyone should have, so everyone's going to have it. They're not going to ask you if you wanted it anymore. Probably, but they can't raise the temperature in that pot too quickly, or everyone's gonna riot and there's gonna be issues. They gotta do it nice and slow. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people are getting old and curmudgeon-y in the way that we talk about it, but I think there is I think there is a truth that, you know, at one point it felt like the OS was just a platform, right? You told it, you know, you booted it up, and then you would have your software, and you would open your software or access your files through the OS. It was simple, it was straightforward, it felt good. And now there's much more of a feeling of, well, I think because Apple succeeded so well in making an ecosystem, right? Where all of the devices were linked together, and you had iTunes controlling your music and various other services that Apple provided, and they were interlinked between all of your devices, so all of them had access to the same information at one time. And people really seem to like that. And Microsoft has been sort of trying to get into that space, and now they're trying to use this fancy new tool that they've invested $1 kajillion into to push it even harder. A few weeks, maybe a couple months ago, Apple basically just threw up their hands. They have been working on trying to make their own AI systems, and the latest model of iPhone, they were really pushing that's like it's built ready to go for our AI systems. We haven't fully built the systems yet, but once they do, this will be the device to use them on. And they've basically given up. They've said we're not going to get those systems up and running as we wanted to, right? And some of it has been spun in a PR way, but I think there is a grain of truth in there that they basically said the current state of AI doesn't hit our standard, right? We expect a certain quality of product when we release something, and we can't get it to hit that standard. So we're just gonna license Google's model and use that instead. So, I do think there is an amount of PR speak in there, trying to spin it as a positive and, maintain Apple's image as a provider of premier high-grade electronics and, digital experiences and whatever bullshit you want to call it. But I think there is a truth of, we just can't get this to work. The system isn't good enough, and I think they made a decision to, rather than continue to sink infinite money into trying to force it to work the way they want, to just say, well, our competitor has it doing something marginally better, or good enough that we're willing to give them money to use it on our program, but we're not gonna, it's not worth it to us to keep struggling with this stupid thing. But, all of that again is to sort of create an experience, a shared ecosystem, a digital environment for the user, which I don't think a lot of Microsoft users, a lot of Windows users want. I think they want a platform to build their own environment on, right? Install the games, install the software, and run it. But Microsoft doesn't want to cater to that user anymore. They wanna sell their own experience. They want to sell their own walled garden that they can charge for. Which is unfortunate. I do. I miss when it was simpler. I don't know that it was ever simple, but it was definitely simpler. Okay. Still got some work to do on the Halo. Oh, I freaked the fuck out for a second because I was like, where did the bulb on the Halo go? I disabled the layer. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. It's okay. Okay, I think before we're getting pretty close to time. So before we wrap things up for the evening, we'll work on the part of the Halo later. I want to bring the gem up. Good. Good, yes. Okay. And I'm just going to bring this up a little bit more. Then we can really like pump that hard highlight. Where it's going to be catching the light. Like so.
think I'm back up to the face really quickly just because I'm seeing, like, I think the light source being lower, more down towards the front, we should get more illumination across the cheeks in particular. Soften this up a little bit, round out the face. Mm-hmm. Okay. I think I see why this is feeling a little weird. I think we need to pull a bit of shading into the sides of the cheeks. Or distinguish the front of the view versus the side of it. Not that though. Not that part. There's a great meme I saw. A kid was like, what was technology like when you were younger?
The computers used to scream when we connected them to the internet. This was a warning, and we did not heed it. Okay, what I don't like here is that we effectively have two spikes, or two elements of equal size, which is not right. It doesn't look right. It's not right. So we gotta retool it a little bit, reshape it a little bit. We can rebuild it. We have the technology. That's better. So get that separation, that volume going again. That's feeling a lot better. I like that. Okay, I want to come in with a little bit of this guy right here, I think. Just for some of this occluded shadow on the back of the neck. I think compared to the 3/4 one, we really you know, the light sources are going to be much more focused on the front of the character, whereas they're a bit more diffuse and open on the 3/4 view. So I want to get something, I want to reflect that a little bit in the shading, right? I'm not gonna go full like chiaroscuro or anything, but like, you see how much just that little bump of contrast between the back of the neck and the front of the face gives it a good sense of directional lighting. I think sort of a similar vein. Let's bring up the shadows on the back of the collar. Emphasize that some more. I did get an email earlier, so the last of my Christmas packages, last of my Christmas shopping has been mailed out. I actually got it done in a timely fashion this year. I don't know, it's always hard to figure out what to get people. It's sort of become my thing to bring like snacks and goodies when we go visit. It's always been really hard for me as well because everyone else in my family is, I always say, more successful than I am. So it's like anything I could get them, they can get themselves. It's like, alright, so what do I get? I did actually just think of something. Alright, I'll look into that. Hopefully there's time. Yeah, gift giving is really hard. It is really hard. I do not blame you. I think gift cards at least, you know, have the acknowledgement of like, I know some of the things that you like. I know the places that you like shopping. So I'm gonna give you some money to go get yourself something that you enjoy. Right? It's something. So yeah, it's hard to be like, I know exactly the thing to get you. I want to do a little something here. Where's my model sheet? There you are. I want to try something silly. No, okay, not that. I think that works. It's that little bit of implication of the underlying arm. There we go. I like that. That's kind of fun. Random thought, you know how in Wreck-It Ralph, the first one, there's the bugs from the Space Marine arcade game, and the whole thing is that, you know, they keep going, they keep propagating and fighting until the kill switch at the top of the tower is initiated and they all fly into the giant bug zapper and blow themselves up. I remember people sort of feeling at the time like, why would you code a game that way? That just like your AI entity continues to run until you initiate this kill switch. And if the kill switch doesn't work, then they just keep going forever. But I don't know, man. The more I look at modern software development, I feel like that's kind of a thing people do. I feel like that's actually kind of a methodology of like, yeah, we'll just have this thing run until we tell it to stop running. Oh, the kill switch doesn't work. Oh, it's just subdividing forever. Uh-oh. Oh, it overflowed the memory and crashed the entire system. Uh-oh. I don't know, maybe it was maybe it's always been that way and it just wasn't as evident that that people were developing that way until more recently, but I feel like I look at that now and I'm like, yeah, that kind of checks out. That kind of feels concerningly accurate. Soften it up a little bit, right? Try to diffuse the light. And I think with that, we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up for this evening. Good progress today. Still quite a bit to clean up, but off to a very strong start, right? Okay. I lied. One more thing that I want to do tonight, just to get the feel a little bit better. We'll dial that in closer once we have everything built out the way that we want, but just to get it feeling a little bit more on point. There we go. Alright. But yes, I think it is time. It is time. It's been fun though. It has been fun. Thank you guys for hanging out today. I'm gonna go ahead and shut off the VOD. Everyone say bye-bye to YouTube. We'll see you all on Tuesday. Or whenever you guys get around to watching. Let's see.